Welcome back. Excuse me. Welcome back to MegaCity 19 and Workers and Resources. Back in our Republic, continuing with the expansion of our city near the center. Trying to get more housing up, increasing our population capacity, maybe going up to 17,500. Hello Neo Contra, welcome. It is very warm today, but still enjoying the coldness of the night a bit before this room turns into a hellhole. So yeah, Workers and Resources will probably happen during noon streams occasionally, depending on how the next week goes. So far, there is no cooling down in sight. So it's gonna be more than a week so far. Maybe I can check the 14 or 16-day trend. Oh yeah, let's do that right now. 16-day trend. That is going to be a week and a half. Okay, sure. I guess we'll see if we can survive that. I'll catch Andy. Welcome. There was an update since we last played. Things like a new police station, I think, have been added. Medium-sized police station. So we got our large one from before. Now we got our small one, and now there's a medium one. I haven't looked at it yet. Yeah, that's a medium-sized police station. I think we also got a new prison, did we? No. Prisons are still there. The small prison has been here since our republic has been created, so these ones have been around. 109. Let's see. I mean, there's been a 117 update on the public branch, I think, and a 118 update on the beta branch. We're talking about the public beta branch right now. I guess I can open up the changelog on the Steam forums for the test branch. They added a trolley bus horn. Well, we don't have any trolley buses. Some speed changes to vehicles. An old sightseeing tower, apparently. Oh yeah. That's cool. Maybe misread police as prison? Maybe. No worries. A Philharmonic as a culture building, I did look at that one. I think the capacity of the Republic Theater was increased. Some tractors and bulldozers. Not that we will have access to those. It's called FI. Wait, am I on beta branch? I should be. Yeah. Well, no, not really. It's internal. Can you put the sightseeing tower in the prison so that the inmates can see what they are missing? Well, that would be an idea, but I don't think so. The hitboxes might have something to say about that. Hello, Beta. Welcome. What else do we have? Yeah, I don't know if I have the right version. But I have a couple of things, I guess. Not that it's important. Five more big residential buildings for early start. Oh yeah. Oh wow. Okay. taller than what we have. Neat. More stuff. Something doesn't seem to be right. I think I want to check that real quick. Oh no, that's correct. The dance hall is not available anymore. Requires brutalism. No, it should be fine. I think we're on the latest version. I'm not sure where the other vehicles are though. Maybe they've... oh, they've probably become unavailable. Do we have that enabled? I don't think we do. Vehicle unavailability. No, it's just the start. Let me just check the list of vehicles. Oh yeah. FIAD bulldozer. Oh, it's called 5067 too. I thought it was different versions. That's a weird name. Okay. I guess that makes more sense. An old beach building has also been added. We don't have any beaches here, but neat. A little bit less concrete walls. Sure. So many new things that we won't really have. Because they're all post early start. Or like post 1930. Still have an issue with waste horse carriages not getting replaced. I did report it fairly late before the update came out. Hopefully it can be something for a hotfix. Oh no, I think I know what it is. I think I know what it actually is. Because I think we have a horse carriage stuck somewhere in repairs. If I remember correctly. Because I was looking at it a little bit. And I think there's a horse carriage stuck in repairs. In a vehicle depot somewhere. One of these, I think. Where was it? Oh, this one is producing way too much waste now. I hope we can handle it. These ones. I think these ones are the issue. Which aren't being really used for auto replacement for some reason. I wonder if it's the one with the waste inside. I tried deleting them and then it seemed to work when I tested it. Maybe we can see if this one gets auto replaced correctly now. Nope. Can't click the button, doesn't work. You, I guess. Does that work now? Not yet. I should probably get rid of all of them. Something seems to be not working correctly. Let's see if the auto replacement works now. Because it should send this vehicle to this scrapyard as soon as I click this button. Still doesn't do it. I guess I'll wait until the other ones are gone. And the vehicle replacement says something different. Maybe it'll fix it. The sightseeing tower is pretty small. Could probably build that somewhere. Don't really have that much space, but if we rework the footpaths, I don't want to place it in the open area. Don't think it makes sense here. It would make sense in the attraction area. Guess here would work, huh? Walk to the top and then they have a view of the industry, housing. It's a terrible view. Game agrees with the 1.8 score. It's pretty low. It's elevation based, so it wouldn't really change much for placing it anywhere else in the city. Housing seems to be filling up okay. Do have some 21-year-olds without their own flat. Students, University Hall. 6 with completed studies. Loyalties of over 50. They'll have some difficulty finding housing. Unless we open up some of the houses to higher loyalty. But again, anyone over 75% loyalty can only move into dedicated housing relating to education. Or for basic education, the loyalty prisons. Seem to like cities where the residents can view their neighbors up close through the flat windows. I think this is realistic distances. That's why curtains are a thing. I feel like this is a realistic distance for houses. This is more like inspired by 19th century housing, where you try to cram as many people next to the industries. But yeah, I guess I also do that when I make the more modern cities. I think the big garbage stand is now corrected. It has a loading station, so you can't build that with the footpaths only anymore. So this is now working as intended. How it should have been. So now it can't be built like that with a dirt footpath. It needs a road connection. I think existing ones are not broken. I think they work normally. Because you see they still load from the side, not from the entrance. But if I rebuild them, they would behave like a regular one. It isn't, at least not in East Germany. Well, East Germany was post-war. Wait. East Germany is also not 19th century. I'm thinking like British industrialization style housing, 19th century. I mean, these houses are like 10 meters away. This is very close, but it's at an angle. They can't directly watch in unless they step up close to the window. Who would do such a thing? Housing. Oh, this has a road connection through it as well. That's pretty great. Higher housing density. Jesus. No balconies. Except like a couple very, very tiny ones. which makes sense. Have the horse carriages arrived? Can we replace this one? No. Maybe I didn't find what the reason was, I thought I did. Oh no, well, the one with the 79% that I clicked, I guess, kinda got removed. So maybe the auto replacement works now. Two Point Museum is this weekend free to play. Will you give it a test stream? No, I don't like that game. I play Project Hospital instead. Has more demos for the afternoon stream, I think. It becomes slightly more manageable than it is today, but that's unlikely. It is so bloody warm. I don't think the footpath back here makes a lot of sense other than aesthetics. But I kind of want them to get to the sports facility somehow. I guess we could have more fields here. Or maybe they should be on the inside. Wouldn't mind having a dirt, like a gravel footpath through here just for aesthetics, but it's already getting a little bit cramped. waste carriages to be able to go in from the main road. Probably not. Plenty of outdoor sports facilities. I could move these houses, put another grocer in. Which might not be a bad idea. There's already so many grocers here, but no, it should be okay. I think this one can manage things. And if not, we can always tear up some houses and build a grocer later, I guess. Heating, water, sewage and electricity all in range of the existing substation. Yeah, that'll probably grow us to 17,500 citizens quite easily. Reach 16,500 now. Tram stop has everything in range as well. Hello, Jonathan. Thank you very much for the follow. And welcome to the stream. Hello, Blue Frog. Thank you very much to you too for the follow. And welcome to the stream. One day I will reach similar free placement levels of alignment. Yeah, it takes a while. If you want to know one useful trick on how to get straight footpaths. So for example, you have a building. What I usually do is I align it with the entrances without anything. You just mouse it far away enough from the connection where it disconnects. And do that on this side too, and then you know that these can always connect because that's usually the range. And then to continue a straight footpath along this side, just put any footpath here that is not parallel and connect them. You can mouse wheel all the way down and hold control, and this goes on straight how it was. So you basically build two footpaths in any shape you want. So you build the first footpath that you want to have straight, and the second one, normally it does that, but when you push the control key, it tries the alternative. And the alternative involves a lot of straight footpaths, which can help you set up your own alignments, your own straight lines, without the need of a grid, for example. Connection point here. You know what? I'll be fine. Do this. And then this. They can split up the footpath constructions in a couple more pieces. It's early start. That's what they're good at. Just need to get to the area by getting past the first construction hurdle here. The thing I'm still trying to master is doing roundabouts, even more so for rail, without being a slight offset oval shape. Yeah. The whole like starting like this and then doing the whole roundabout thing and then removing this piece and getting that piece in, for example. Should be mostly straight. I don't think it's slightly offset. If you start with a straight line, then you get the point to be where your roundabout is supposed to be, like one of the entrances basically, and you can put the other shape in the size you want. And then you remove the initial piece. connect that, and it's pretty much straight. For roads, sometimes it makes it a little bit wonky, I guess. One thing, let me try this. Place this, start it, get this in place. Then we can remove just this piece and put this in. That's pretty straight, right? Doesn't seem to be slightly oval. That came out pretty cleanly. That should work. How tight can you make the roundabout that way and still make it look nice? So place this. This thing. Yeah, that's a little bit of a problem, huh? Doesn't allow that. No entrance. That would work, but that's slightly oval shaped in that case. So I guess for very small ovals that might be somewhat small roundabouts that might be an issue. Disable the grips, the snapping. Doesn't like that. Yeah, if it's too sharp, if it's at the limit of the angle, doesn't like that. Giving it a little bit of extra room, I guess, would fix it. So the road can do the curve nicely. That should make it clean. Minimum angle gets a little bit fiddly. We might need the grocer, because we can only accept really 70% of the maximum load. I mean, there could be a queue in front of it, I guess that's not a huge issue. Well, it will compound. If every grocer has a queue, then could be a problem. I'll leave it like this for now. Can also build the grocer here with a road connection to it. It's almost December. You know what that means. Party at the Ferris wheel. Here we go. Winter lighting. Once this area has been fully enclosed with housing, which I guess I would count this as, doesn't need to be ultra cramped next to the train tracks. I would have to start building out some housing next to the new heating plant and fire station. Which is also being built. Looks like we got our footpath back to the vehicle production line. We can build the alternative footpaths now. And we'll see what we get when we build housing right next to the steel mill. We'll change the tram route for the workers. After the end station they have to get back to this stop and pick up citizens and like passengers and students, because we'll have housing that sends population to that tram stop. So you are going to load anyone but educated workers. You can make them all get out. Unloading them at stop 7 should be fine. Sure. New route. Once the heating plant is in place, and we got water and sewage hooked up, electricity is already planned, and then we should be able to do that. I mean, we do have to build the heating connection, the conveyors. That should not be a tram road. Yeah, once the fire station gets workers from the tram, then we can build up the conveyor connection for the coal. Set the heating plant up and then fill this with housing. Hello Molly Bedeni. Welcome. Happy weekend. Yeah. Same to you. Hope you're having a weather that is manageable. Tomorrow is going to be a thunderstorm here. I guess for construction purposes we can allow people to come in from the main road. That would be acceptable. I want housing right up to the steel mill while it's running with 150 workers. And see if it is okay. We'll have at least, I think, 2, probably 3 orphanages to keep this area populated. The orphanages will probably be on the tram road. I also need a tram stop on that, maybe 2. Send a child to work in the steel mill. Government doesn't allow that, unfortunately. We're not that 19th century, I guess. Oh, higher worker education count is very good. 4,100 workers means we should have about close to 5,000 higher educated. Oh, only 4,400. Okay. 300 extra. Who have already gotten the education and are just waiting to grow up. Basic education is now slightly going down because they're being converted into higher education. We have enough universities now. We might build another small university. Although this is mostly basic education, so I'm not sure giving them a higher education will make that much sense. This one has water but no sewage right now. Which would create a couple health issues, but that's not too bad. Power we have for the whole area. The one encircled here. Just need water and sewage. It's too much of a curve. Should be a little bit more snappy than that. I want the sewage pipe to go underneath the road, so we'll fix that first, or like between the road and the train tracks. then off of this switch we can set up the first sewage tank. And then we'll have another connection off of these. That'll provide a connection on that end. Not sure we'll run a water and sewage pipe through the middle here. Could also do that, I guess, with a footpath. Could we, for example, import Soviet electricity and sell it in the West? That should work, wouldn't it? That is possible. But we don't have a power connection to the West. The only connection we have to the West is a waterway. Only this tiny piece here of water goes to the West. I could fill it in and then put a power connection on the border, I guess, but doesn't really seem sensible. How's the harbor going? No harbor. No harbor, no need. Yet. Hello, Super Dano. Medium water pipes, huh? Doesn't make that much sense. But I guess we build a medium water pipe. I should probably correct that. I don't think it's going to become an issue. And we'll have water at the switch, and then we can put a substation in for water and sewage. And continue the path along the road as necessary. Like that, I guess. Maybe. maybe with an angle. Doesn't look too bad. The other pipe can continue along the road on the other side. Sure. Hello then, Trusty. Welcome. I would like to replace this with a medium pipe, with a small pipe. Why did I build a medium pipe? Oh, throughput here is only a medium pipe. And most of all, the sewage pipe is a medium pipe. A small pipe. So if we have like 56 cubic meters of water incoming through a 37 cubic meter sewage pipe, doesn't really work that well. If we have that much water consumption. Everything's already hooked up to water consumption here. It doesn't hurt. Let's put it that way. I just need to make sure we don't overdo the water consumption, I guess. Larger capacity pipe is not a problem. Hello, Project 7. Welcome. Good pollution all around. Minus 10 degrees, you wish. I'm getting my workers and resources in early. Because the afternoon is going to be even worse. Same. For 1.5 weeks it's gonna be at least 33 degrees in the noon afternoon now. And tomorrow it's gonna get really annoying because of a thunderstorm. Means the humidity is gonna go up as well. Maybe I can stream workers and resources from my bathtub. That would be weird if there was water splashing sound in the background, I think. I think we need a horse feeder here. Haven't built one in quite a while. This was supposed to be housing. I guess the horse feeder can be at the cold storages for the heating plants. Thinking about digging in caves and streaming from there. That would work too, yeah. Streaming from the cellar, maybe. Basement. don't have one. That's why you need to dig one. The other thing we need to worry about is the coal storage. Because at some point, coal delivery is going to be insufficient. Right now we're still at 50%. But the more workers we have settled in next to the heating plant, the more coal consumption will happen. Then at some point, we need a dedicated storage here, from which these large trains can load and bring it into the city center, similar to our food factory. Was my bike ride the other day? Was very good. Another 50 kilometers down on Sunday. Enjoyed it. Was less bad than the previous one, which was kind of interesting. Didn't feel as bad. Hello MK for fun. 30 degrees in Berlin, should be going up to 35, yeah. I might go shopping late afternoon and buy more ice cream, I don't know. Some more water ice could help. Not ice cream, but water ice, I guess. Flavored water ice. I will probably cool down. Yeah, let me go and cool down briefly. I'll be right back. Alright. Well, I have a wet towel on my neck that's cooling me down through evaporation, basically. Helps quite a bit. Needs some refreshing every hour or so, but it works quite well. Might not work as well tomorrow when it's gonna get very moist through the lightning thunderstorm, but we'll see. That's what I'm doing. And of course it's cold water in the beginning, so it's gonna cool for that as well. Trees that aren't being cut down. Hello Zadalier. Cheating. Just removing trees whenever we feel like it. That is even worse.
call me cheater for using mods. Anyone who uses mods is a cheater, yes. Even me, because I'm using workshop maps, I guess, which is mods too. But not in this run. This run is mod free, I think. All DLC content. But yeah, we're running our republic on very high pollution. As people can see, the houses are doing well in the middle of red pollution. They're okay. Life expectancy at 47.6, 45.7, all is well. People are doing fine. Hello Shariashu, welcome. Long time no see. So much pollution. I'm still so happy about this curve with the smooth bridges. That was a pain to dig out, but works really well. Looks great, thank you. As long as the train tracks are mostly flat and everything else goes around them, I'm happy. Running a lot of construction vehicles through the area, causing some traffic issues. I guess we could make an access road from this point only for construction vehicles. I guess I can't dictate a minimum weight. This is the most space-efficient way to transport population. Only needs a tiny bit of room and has a lot of capacity and reach. And with enough planning, that could be anywhere. Problem is, I guess, merging and splitting them up, because it's always a one-to-one connection. Should only be used for longer distances. Cableways are a little steel heavy though. I guess Mr. Billionaire over there doesn't need to worry about that. Are they steel heavy? They're not that steel heavy, are they? They're like just the towers. 3.4 tons of steel, that's like nothing. They're basically free, we're making the steel and mechanical components ourselves. the cable itself doesn't cost anything, it's implicit. Oh no, it's over. Oh no, it's just regular maintenance, not machine replacement. It's not over, it's all fine. .4 tons of steel. That's like housing level. I think a large residential building. Oh no, they are half. Twice that. Wait. It's a small residential building even. 4.3 tons. I mean, it is per tower, I guess. And it also depends on the height. But yeah, we want them to be as tall as possible to get over the housing. It runs on power, so it saves you on fuel and crop cost. It has extremely high reach, so you can basically hook up residential areas with that. It's very reliable. If it's your only connection to supply your power, it might be an issue, but you can, I guess in most cases, unless you're on an island, run a foreign power connection to at least keep them running if both of your power plants cut out. It is still heavy compared to gravel footpaths though. Yeah, but gravel footpaths don't have the reach of that thing. Is it more steel heavy than having an equivalent amount of buses though? I think it might be cheaper than buses. Doesn't look like a hole in the ground. That's true. I hope the fire engines get here soon. Gonna have to come in all the way from the border. Oh, they almost made it. Good. I ordered them, I think, in October last year. They're almost here. We'll pause the wastewater substation until everything else is done. I don't want overflowing sewage right now. I guess the water switches and sewage switches could have been further along, but I don't know, I wanted them in front of the corner. We don't have to follow the road, we can also just go and go diagonal. Hello Thorgrim. Welcome. Maybe emergency vehicles should be an exemption for the mainly horse-driven infrastructure. We have them for the high importance areas. We have fire trucks for them, not horse carriages. And those areas, yes, we changed it. But residential areas just have horse carriages. I also have to build them once myself, and then for every new fire station and that should have fire trucks, I need to build the fire trucks once. I'm not doing the whole producing them for replacement as well. Once I've built them once, I'm just letting them all get auto-replaced after 40 years. Yeah, reworking the rail line here was a good idea. Looks a lot cleaner now. Shame that it triggers the the rail crossing when the train goes close by, but I guess that's how it is. Not that much traffic. But yeah, I didn't want to have fire trucks, modern fire trucks, quote unquote, everywhere. I still want to have mostly horse carriages. So if we build a grocer here and a fire station, that could work. This fire station is quite far away. Not sure it would use the footpath to get across. From a road to a footpath, back to a road. And then the other one is not that far away either. These are modern fire stations, so they have the search radius of a modern fire station. Hello Rickety Railway, welcome. Highly educated, high loyalty for this school. We have one of those. Should push the loyalty of students over 50% with time. But yeah, in the grand scheme of things, people are probably losing a lot of loyalty these days for lack of electronics still. Minus 7.8% happiness and an equivalent amount of loyalty drop whenever they want electronics and they don't get it. Unfortunately, you can't deal with that through attraction means as far as I know. Okay, almost done with the tunnel. Once the tunnel is done, we can start work on the heating plant. I'm so happy I managed to get the footpath in here. That was a bit of a pain, but it looks quite nice. It's only for the conveyors. Doesn't need a footpath crossing. Is the vehicle replacement working? No waste carriage right now. 43 years old. How much is biological waste now? 281,000 per ton. Don't have a clean way to make biological waste, but... Oh! Biological waste has crashed. Our money-making machine is in shambles. It almost breached. It almost went up to 800,000. Could have gotten to 1 million per ton, but... Oh, now fertilizer's going up. So I guess our money-making machine is still running because I think it's making more fertilizer than biological waste. What am I talking about when I say money-making machine? Well, it's this thing. like cow pasture, turning water into biological waste and fertilizer. Slowly. Didn't want to overdo it, but yeah. It's mostly fertilizer. So if the fertilizer price now keeps going up, then we're gonna make a lot more money, I guess. Do you make mods if it's not mixed? Well, I can't change it. Biological waste and fertilizer goes into the same storages. I can't split it up. This is all biological waste, but it also puts fertilizer in here. They're basically treated as the same. Don't really make more money if it's not mixed unless you can just export one resource that is more profitable and discard the other. But in our case, we don't really care about that. It's just get on the train and sell. If you have a dump, the bio waste turns into fertilizer over time. Yeah, but in our case, the biological waste was the more expensive one. So I wanted to sell more biological waste than fertilizer. That's why I put it into a container storage. And now the fertilizer is becoming more expensive. We don't really care about that much, like I said. We do get mostly fertilizer anyway. Biological waste is still more expensive than fertilizer anyway. It's gonna take a while to change the prices. We're so far from the border. Biological waste 251,000. Fertilizer 134,000. That's changing pretty quickly. Massive price increase. Oh, right, water substation. Should have a water tower on it. Forgot about the water tower. I like my water towers now. They look neat, and they kind of serve a purpose. Oh my god. Well, the steel mill has already filled the waste storage here. I guess that one gets prioritized now. Sheesh. Small pipe into medium pipe going into the substation to account for the lower pressure. then medium water pipe out of a small water tower connection going into the water substation. Because the pressurized small pipe can convert into an unpressurized medium pipe and still supply enough water to the water substation. If I was running another small pipe, then we would basically cut the water pipe capacity in half, because just passive water pressure can't put that much water throughput into the area. And yeah, the water towers kind of show us where we have already made that change. And it also adds a buffer if we do need to rework some of the water situation. I guess that'll do. Okay, we got workers in the fire station, which means we can now build up the connection for the coal. And the heating plant. Now that the vehicle production is getting more workers again, it's drawing more steel. I really like this setup, by the way. Here we refined it a bit more, but the point was that the steel mill producing steel get output into the rail vehicle production, and the steel for the mechanical component factory only gets drawn from the steel that is put into the input here. So this mechanical component facility produces steel with these vehicle production steel as well, so you can kind of chain these buildings, which works quite well. Yeah, I still use the external storage and split it up so they can draw from the same storage, but I guess that I could have set it up in a way where the vehicle production had the mechanical component production somewhere behind it, and then it could have taken the same steel. Not exporting vehicles from the train factory? No, we're only producing rail vehicles for personal demand once we need a new train line. Why is this guy streaming so early? Hello, Decipher. Today is Friday, weekend. And also it's very hot, and I want to get my stream in early. I'm gonna have to refresh my cold towel soon. Yeah, the downside of the steel mill now having a footpath to that waste storage, I guess. Oh well. I should probably build another one that is not in range of the steel mill for the local facilities. Otherwise, you might not be able to store your garbage. No, you're okay still. One that isn't connected to the steel mill. These waste storages now need a road connection. They don't work with a footpath connection only anymore. Cold towel in your pants? No, on my neck. Don't kink shame me. We'll need another probably 2, maybe 3 tram stops along this route. A bit fiddly here. Glad this waste storage is in the range of the steel mill. Yeah, the rail vehicle production is only for domestic demand, not for export. Maybe at one point when the steel mill is running at full capacity and we have so much steel that we don't know what to do with, and we have need for more workers, more workplaces, then we can open up the rail vehicle production for export as well. But not yet. Looks like the population drop is over, ended much earlier than last year, so all is looking well. Pollution can't defeat us. Indeed. Massive amount of pollution around the steel mill with the heating plants is okay. Also need to set up the checkboxes of who's allowed to move in where. Don't want anyone with 75 or like over 50% loyalty here necessarily. Although we might open up some of the houses to try and get some more efficiency out of the party HQ. It is making a lot of highly educated. We've stabilized around 40% again. Are the maintenance officers too busy? They have a decent amount of work to do, I guess. Just leave them be. Otherwise, if they only had 5 tasks, I would have told them to help with things, I guess. But nothing really is urgent. Gotta slowly keep expanding. The larger the city becomes, I guess the theoretically easier it becomes to expand it, because you have so much capacity to handle extensions that relatively are less, like lower and lower. Like expanding it from 5,000 to 10,000 is doubling the capacity, so basically you need to work on that. But expanding it from 25,000 to 30,000 should be less stressful, because we already have planned for higher capacity and volume. Please finish that. There's so many footpaths you can build from that side. Probably need a monument here too. Plenty of hydration and cooling down will be necessary today. How's the weather down there? Similar. 1.5 weeks of 33 degrees plus thunderstorm tomorrow. I might go shopping later today. Get some more water ice, I guess. I don't think I want to get ice cream because I think that would just make you sweaty after again because of the excess calories and sugar. I think just water ice sounds nice. Something that cools you down but doesn't provide you with a lot of like nutritional quote-unquote value. Ice cream and some salty snacks, yes. And a Coke with extra sugar, please. And some chocolate. Like a bag of Nutella, maybe. Exactly what we need in this kind of weather. Easily digestible food. It's nice here up north, with my house, which is fairly well insulated. This house is also well insulated, which is a problem because once it warms up, it doesn't cool down. So I'm trying to keep it as cold as possible throughout the night, and then completely shut off everything lowered during the day. No sunlight may enter. I'm basically sitting in a completely dark room right now. I always do. Oh. I need to get some D to cipher. Get some vitamin D. Is it the sun? That could also, yeah, that works. That use their anger against the sun against them, where they go outside and hiss at the sun, but then they also get vitamin D. Just see me at the height of my running days, 10 kilometers every day on a day like this, at the hottest times of day. I was walking 5 kilometers on a day like this, 30 degrees outside, like 2-3 weeks ago, when I was like, I want to see what I can do, and I wasn't able to do it. I had to go to a gas station twice and buy something to drink, and I also couldn't do 10 kilometers because I couldn't turn around, but I couldn't do running. I don't think I could do running. I'm not gonna go outside today, except for shopping in the afternoon. I'm gonna do it by bike, because then at least you get a cooling breeze while you go through the solar radiation, the poison of the sky. I mean, without the sun there wouldn't be any life, so I guess we're fine. I mean, there wouldn't be life as we know it, I guess. You still have life from thermal energy underwater, like thermal vents, but we are all solar powered because everything we eat basically comes from the sun. Hello weather. Hello 16-hour naps. Welcome. I did also put a drink in my fridge today, so I could have something cold to drink. Maybe I should get it out. Have this 500ml silicone drinking bag. Actually completely froze that. After 2 kilometers, the ice would be melted enough to drink. That sounds lovely. I haven't decided yet to go outside with ice cold water. I might do the think like thing and buy a thermos. Just like fill the thermos with something cool to drink and it'll stay that way for a very long time. Tons of small insects flying into your face. There's barely any insects in Munich. Unless you go through a forested area, it's very, very light on insects. Hello Issues. Thank you very much for the follow. And welcome to the stream. I'll also bicycle to the store or take away place in the afternoon. A bit colder here, but also 25 today. I think it's going to be 25 at night for us, so I'm not going to have much difference in temperature, but it'll be 26 degrees at 21, like at 9 PM. So yeah, I'll probably be cycling at 33 degrees, 18 o'clock. Perfect. Hello Burns. Welcome. Yeah. I only run into insect issues when I go through forested areas, or like areas with plants. Body uses water at body temperature more efficiently. Yeah. I don't care about efficiency, I want to cool down. I'm also not going to drink 37-degree water on a sunny day. But room temperature water, I guess. And will they model insects in the game? Oh, there's one. There are two. You can't see them. They're like caught by the what's it called? Compression. But they're there. It's full of insects. Oh, look at that, only 25 degrees with some wind in June. Lovely. Today is the 19th. Let's see if it's accurate. I love this game. Me too. Way too much time sank into this game. And always something new to learn, like how to just build and disregard most of the pollution. Please make sure you have enough pubs with this weather. I have, I don't think I have that many. But they're not full, so... We got 3 pubs and a spa cafe. barely any queues. They're well stocked. I think there's only once giant insects in the game that fly around and make havoc. Yeah. No. Hopefully that's not going to be a part of this game. I mean, if it's optional, sure, but if it's part of the event system, I would say no to that. More catastrophes. A locust swarm that eats all your crops. If you place the beekeeper too close to the nuclear power plant. Not sure if that's how it works. Maybe we get a stalker DLC. If your nuclear power plant has a problem, we're gonna turn into the nuclear exclusion zone for like a little bit of time. Look, it's a giant bee. No, it's Dr. Bee. I don't get that. I did see the Scottish elevator video, though. I have updated on that. 11. 11. 11. 11. No one else is gonna get that, other than the people who know about that Scottish elevator voice recognition joke. Oh, flying new bees. Oh, if they become explosive, then we're gonna have issues, for sure. That would not be acceptable. I'm glad we're at 63% happiness, though. Stable. Well, going a little bit down through winter, I assume, but hey, that's not too bad. Over 62.5. No electronic demand. And the electronic demand kicked in full in 1960, and happiness started declining from that by around 5%. Bees blowing up like the small nukes in Fallout. Like a mod where you put like a bee into the nuke launcher that they have there. Yeah. You can replace that with a texture for a bee. A fat bee. That storage. I might have been able to connect it directly, but I didn't want to because I want the conveyor to push the heating plant full of coal. Thank you for the follow, Paracelsus, much appreciated. Welcome to the stream. Like the people that mod the small nukes to look like Sean the baby in Fallout 4. Oh god, that sounds creepy. Thomas the Tank Engine. If it makes a appropriate noise, then yes, that would be funny. I think after we have some residential housing next to the steel mill before we expand on the whole slot, we should probably fix the coal issue before it becomes an actual issue. I don't know, it doesn't seem to be that much of a problem yet. We're after winter and it has already caught up again. Maybe I'm just over stressing. But I do want an extra buffer. I don't want to run into the situation where we run out of coal for the heating, and then we have to stress about it. Might get some salad. Probably microwave dishes. Or just cold food. Thank you for the follow, Void Blit. Much appreciated. Welcome to the stream. Okay, we'll have our fire protection here. This area is the furthest one from protection right now, but it should still be in range along the footpaths. We have a fire station on this side, which can protect these conveyor engines and also send fire trucks along the footpath. And we are building another fire station, which will then take care of for whatever happens with residential buildings in the area. Once the water and sewage is in place, at that point we can just drop a housing here. But we will probably plan for a grocer first. I don't want them to have to take the tram for a grocer. For clothing, yes, they can make their way over to the market hall. It's a little bit busy, but it'll get the job done. Why people love this game so much? Because it basically provides a challenge to the player. If you play something like City Skylines, you are playing that for relaxation until you get to the point where traffic becomes an issue, but you have a relatively long time frame where you don't have to worry about anything. In this game you start playing and immediately you're like tasked with placing some buildings, and people won't just move in and be happy without your intervention. They need food and everything else. They don't take care of themselves. It's sort of like Factorio in that regard, but with a city building theme and engine around it. The planned economy basically drives this. I think that's what it is, at least. For people who want to learn stuff, like learn how to beat it basically. And it always provides another opportunity to learn more stuff. Still learning new ways to make things work. For most of the time people were working on cities with the thought in mind that pollution needs to be outside of the city, because otherwise all of the population will die. And we're kind of trying to change that mindset, making it work without that. I think on the next run in Workers and Resources at some point I'll probably just put the industries at the center of the city for every small city and make it work somehow. Could you please explain the train signals to me? I find them very difficult. Train signals are a pretty long topic, but the general gist of it is that trains don't work like, or train signals don't work like traffic lights. They work more like, they separate the track into multiple spaces. So the signal will be green if the space behind it is free, or it'll be red if there's a train anywhere in that block. So this is red, and it turns green as soon as it passes the next signal. Because then another train can enter onto this block and be safe to prevent collisions. There's different types of signals. A chain signal can basically stay red even if the train is past the next signal, because the chain signal, what a chain signal does, this one, is it checks the next block and the next signal after the next block. So in this case it shows blue because blue is another color when at least one signal is red and at least one signal is green. Blue means, yes, I have at least one clear area that a train can go. This one is currently red because there's a train on it. This one is green, and the block behind it is also green. So that's why it's showing blue. Once this train gets past the next signal, it'll show green again. So what you're trying to do is basically prevent traffic jams and make sure the trains can run as well as they will by setting up signals. One important thing to think about is that this block here, this orange one, is a junction. So if we make this a normal signal, and let's say there's a train waiting on this side, heading out of the area. If this was a normal signal, a train would move into the orange block and then park itself here and wait to go past this, which could then cause a traffic jam for another train trying to get through this way. So that's why this is, into a junction, a chain signal. So a train will wait here until the orange block is clear, and the next block after it. So it can go through the junction and then at least wait on this side. That's why into junctions you usually run chain signals, and out of junctions you can run regular signals. This is there to prevent traffic jams. So with signals you're trying to segment the railway into chunks to make the trains flow efficiently, and to prevent the traffic jams that you will have. You also can guide them with the direction that they're running. The most common way is to have two train lines in parallel, so you can have one either direction and then run them in the directions you want. But the core concept is for into junctions chain signal, out of junctions regular signal. Doesn't always apply. There are some special cases, but in general that's what you have to think about. That's the basic gist of it. You segment the railway into signal blocks, and you think about the signal blocks not with the signal in mind necessarily, but where the trains are on which blocks. So for example, this train was able to enter the orange block even though it was red. Like it is showing red. Because the train has some intelligence to it. It knows, yes, there's another train on this block, but I can get through the block without intersecting the path of the other train, so I'm just gonna go through. And that's why this one is flashing red, normally, to let the trains through. Could you say the trains must and will run on time? They don't have to run on time. If you can run very short trains and make them run very frequently to get like on-demand infrastructure in place, or you can run larger trains with buffer storages. So you are not really beholden to in-time deliveries for your industries or citizens, and you just build warehouses to take the resources for you. And then you distribute off of that. Must and will run on time is more like for on-demand logistics, which is more like a capitalist thing, which we don't like here. That's not true. Sometimes we do. Especially with more modern infrastructure, it makes sense to have like lower storage and faster vehicles, but we can't really guarantee that the trains will arrive on time. That's what I'm trying to talk around, I guess. Because they have a long distance. Like, we built the city very far away from the customs house on purpose to take a lot of time. Do streetlights consume energy? I think so. I just know that they need energy to show up. They check the junctions where a road starts, and if the junction has light, then yes, it will show lights on the road. But I've not verified if they do consume electricity. I would have to start a test game for that and build it real quick in non-realistic mode. Just set up a road and put a substation next to it, hook it up, and then you see if it draws power or not. I don't know if it will show it up, I guess. If we do this and replace a substation, it should show... It doesn't show the power connection, but yeah, I can't check the power draw without actually building this up. I can't check it right now. Hello Marilyn Love. Welcome. I'm gonna get myself an ice cold drink. I'll be right back. I'm very hot, thank you. I hope you're not too warm. I hope your weather's fine for you. I'll be right back. Okay, I want to switch off of towel and go to cold drink for now, and then I might alternate. We'll see how it goes. Hydrate. Yes, hydration is important. Germany is getting cooked, yes. Not as much as the Middle East though, they're running like 42 degrees right now, I think. Wow. And this is my first cold drink from the fridge this year. I'm glad I waited because now it's really, really effective. I'm gonna make it through this heat wave easily, I think. Meanwhile in Finland, barely 20 degrees. Sheesh. That means the Finns are also cooking. They're probably struggling right now, not used to that temperature. It's all relative, right? Not sure what temperature Finland usually is. I mean, when people from India come to Germany, they're like, yeah, temperature's about the same, but the moisture is like what's killing things. India has about the same temperature levels, usually higher, but they get a lot of dry heat. Yes, cooking, yes, at the barbecue. Have my juice in the fridge even in winter. Refrigerated juice? I mean, for juice it makes sense, yes. Of course that makes sense. Nordics need to start sending some of that cold air. Maybe they can bottle it and sell it. Sell some of that Nordic air. Just put it in your fridge and then you can get some refreshing Nordic air. That's a business idea. Asphalt plants undergoing maintenance, I think. I think someone's probably already selling Nordic air. Or at least like alpine air or something like that. Clean air for industrial, like I think China buys pressurized clean air to enjoy. I'm not sure if that trend is still going though. Just go visit the Nordics. But I want to enjoy it in my own flat. Go outside through the heat, the deadly sun to get to Scandinavia? Are you mad? In this economy? No. population growth in progress. Can we get over 17,000 this year? Crap, I'm becoming addicted to the cold drink. That's not good. That means once the cold drink runs out, we're gonna have a problem. I'm gonna reduce the amount of workers inside the vehicle production line and put more workers into the steel mill. Because we're still running a lot of construction right now that will consume steel. And I think we have enough money to not require that much export. That looks okay. Maybe I should up the amount of trams running to the worker area here, connect a couple. I also have one bottle of water in the fridge and another on my desk to pour from. Once one is empty or too warm, I do the switcheroo. Yeah, I have done that too in the past, but I've switched over to the 3-bottle system because sometimes you're left with like a quarter empty bottle. And then you put that in the fridge and then you have like a nice bottle and you empty that out and then you go over to the quarter bottle. While the second bottle that you put in as a replacement doesn't cool down fast enough. So my 3-bottle system is a little bit more buffer oriented. So I at least have like an extra full bottle in such an emergency. I mean, do always refill before putting it in the fridge. The bottles are like 1.5 liters. Oh, you mean you'd... Okay, sure. No, I have like pre-bottled water with flavored water. I've not migrated to tap water yet, I guess. Sparkling flavored water. Some might call it spicy water. Tap water is good and cheap over here. Here too. Would definitely be cheaper. But I like the convenience and the flavor more. Now maybe I should just buy some soda powder to put into tap water, and then I have the same experience. I guess I'll check the store for that. Maybe I can migrate over completely. I would like a little bit of flavoring. That would be nice. I guess if they prioritize this waste storage now, maybe I can put a technical service in this area. And have them empty it out a little bit more efficiently, because they do take a while to get here. Does fill up really quickly. There's room, industrial areas all around. But housing first. We'll check the housing. Technical service could be on that side, so it does a right-hand turn out onto the road, a right-hand turn into the waste store, which somewhere here would make sense. Putting it on this side would also work, but that would be 2 left-hand turns, and I kind of like to try and avoid left-hand turns on the initial path. Once it has picked up the waste, I don't really care, but the initial trip to the waste storage should be as efficient as possible. Like with a fire truck to an industry. Our single excavator for construction. We need that thing in out of ore. I mean, I have seen in some of the excavators have the similar setup from the front, but they're quite high level. I might do more out of ore today, I'm not sure yet. I was considering maybe doing Dwarf Fortress. Or some other roguelike game that doesn't draw as much computation power from the computer, so the temperature would stay relatively low in the room. We'll see. There was a time when we were scared to have more than 50 citizens in the steel mill at a time. And now we're gonna have that amount tenfold as soon as enough people are in the area. Which might mean that we have terrible pollution in the housing line on the train tracks for the whole year, but it should still be manageable, I think. Pretty sure it will be. I think you need more footpath construction sites. What, you mean like connecting dirt footpaths to construction sites, or just split up my footpaths into tinier pieces? Hello, Mega Monkey. General pollution means less extra houses needed. That's true. But our population's actually doing well. Even with the high amount of pollution. I mean, right now it's okay. It's just a steel mill running at 20%. The heating plants aren't running, so everything is okay. Okay, maybe it's 30% now, every now and then. Yep, maintenance offices are relatively busy. I am maintaining at 40% to give myself a little bit of a buffer when I go into the list and check for wear and tear, to see that not too many buildings are over 40% that are currently undergoing maintenance. If something gets over 50%, we need to become active and fix something, unless it was part of a building that got hit by a fire at 40% wear. Well, that's hard to judge after the fact, because we don't run any warning messages either. Other than those that we enable ourselves in storages, for example. Otherwise we couldn't really run the waiting trains, because they would always complain. Okay, now we have a little bit of a waiting time for the coal trains, it looks like. Heating plants are full though. I guess maybe one of the trains underwent maintenance. Don't think there's an issue, I think it's just slow loading. Did I miss the other train going here? One of the coal trains is at the customs house loading right now. Where's the coal train? Where's the second coal train? Oh. Okay. It went into the small train depot for repairs. That's interesting. I didn't expect that. So I guess for repairs they are allowed to fit into any depot. Interesting. Okay, sure. I don't really want to run train repairs here though. I'll have to turn that off. Minor bug, yeah. Because I don't have that many workers assigned for vehicle repairs. Since I was only planning on doing tram repairs in the area. But that explains why we don't have any coal deliveries right now, I guess. Is the train already full? Yeah, it's basically waiting to arrive and unload. I don't know, like, yesterday I didn't go outside for a walk, really. I feel like I want to go outside during my break today. It might be super stupid though. I think we need more trams here. Well, we need the existing trams to run more efficiently. Got 8 trams in the sunshine. Yeah, it's a stupid idea. We don't need more trams, it's fine. Almost breaching 4 billion rubles. We will need more trams once the route goes clockwise and counterclockwise through the area. And we'll probably set up a new end station. Or the repair station on this end station, I guess, would make sense. We have recovered our population a month before the pollution starts. 16,600 people. More than last year. And we still have until start of October before the heating plants will kick in. And then population drop doesn't happen until... No, it happens in October again, mid of October. Previously it was much later. But that was because the orphanages and the housing needed to still get into the groove of things, of having more population capacity. This cold storage is used for all heating plants. Except the first one. And it's drawing that much coal without any heating running right now. No, we almost repaired. 50% wear. You are done. 2%. It's an old train. It has been running for 109 years. No more train repairs here. Only trams, personal cars and road vehicles. You want to travel to the customs house first? Sure. It's an older train, but it chews out. I don't get that. It chews out. I'm confused. We're also running some steel export because, I don't know, felt more sensible than running Star Wars reference. Ah, I see you. Russian quoted from Star Wars and says it checks out. Ah. I don't know which Star Wars episode that is. I've only, I think, seen the first 3 and, like, release date wise, the first 3 and the 4th one. So I guess 4, 5, 6 and 1. And I think 4, 5 and 6 I've only seen in German. The original ones. Return of the Jedi, it's an old code, sir. It checks out. Ah, yeah. That sounds like something I would recognize. But, yeah. It's only in my subconscious, I have no reference where that actually occurred. You got everything under control, situation normal. Keep your hammer charged, Mega Monkey. Open fire if necessary. It's so unexpected, I know, but we got the power to get it under control here if you want. Will the MegaCity require demolition of older areas to put different form of transit, tram, metro, trolley buses? We have already demolished parts of the area. We've put a preemptive train station here for a passenger train line in the future. Not really in use yet. If we have inner city transportation to like a central train platform, we could at least pick up some workers and citizens from this area. We've reworked this location to put a tram line in. This whole area was demolished and redesigned. Metro is not going to happen, because the metros in the game are too modern for that. The research is past 1930, I think. mighty double central train station. Well, first of all, it's not the central station. It's a side station. And it's a tram station, not a train station, unless you mean this one. It's also not the main train station. What about tram tunnels? Tram tunnels are available, I think. Are they not? Yeah, they're available. But I'm trying to keep everything above ground. I don't want to use too many tunnels. I have some footpath tunnels, but I don't think we have any road tunnels. Just footpath tunnels. This is just the city center. Yeah. But I think the central train station either was going to be up here, or... Well, I guess I don't want to have it in the industrial area. Maybe it's going to be on this side. I don't think this is the central train station. It's way too small for that. Like, we're talking train platform, right? For a central train station. And if we have to rework in this area, like we say, okay, this is going to be the central platform, but it's too small, then some housing will have to go. And the orphans will be without care. For the care in the world. Highly educated went up by another 300 citizens. Looks good. I'm gonna make this water tower just soot coal colored because of how close it is to the steel mill. Kinda wanna get to 17,500 citizens. And we're over 4 billion rubles. I haven't gotten the question yet about reducing my monetary value. Oh, I did, and I accidentally clicked it away, but I don't think I did. Time to waste the money? No, no, that's fine. We're here for the logistical challenge, not for the money. Missing a resource, coal. Yep. Heating plants have started. Hello, Scarlet. Welcome. Train repair took 33% longer than it should have taken. But the coal trains are coming back now. The heating plant supply has priority after all. Just-in-time delivery. There's a second coal train. I do think the local coal parking would be a sensible investment. Back to the Soviets, yes. Low 20s with clouds but no rain. Wait a minute. That can't stand. That's like... I can't make a silly emote. They don't fit together. Okay, here. Have that, I guess. Ignore that the punch hand is on the wrong side, I guess. $35 here. How's the weather in the Soviet Union, streamer? 33. Although in our MegaCity it's 9 degrees. My recruit punch. I didn't have any other attack emote. I don't have any punching emotes. There's a significant lack of emotes on this channel regarding attacking other people in chat. Someone hasn't been adding emotes for that. Oh yeah, that's true. That's a Star Wars emote because AT-AT is like a Star Wars thing. I remember that. Oh Jesus, the guns are out now. Spin to win, sure. Okay, yeah, that's... I mean, that's a form of attack. I was just thinking physical violence, not combined arms. Just arms. I was just thinking arms, basically, not combined arms. Also, my 7TV is probably not working correctly. When I have 7TV enabled, it doesn't show chat on websites for some reason. Not sure why. Oh yeah, that's a good one. Still with the stabbing. Very deadly. Mr. Spock was the best Star Wars character. That's true. Do you see any of the IL-2 Korea early access streams? No. I have not followed IL-2 media. Or any other flying streams for that matter. The way they handled business with IL-2 Stalingrad left me completely unexcited for anything they are doing right now. I will look at it once it's out at some point and then we'll see. I haven't even played the Flying Circus yet that I bought. Probably standalone, not integrated like the others. I don't know what that means. They're probably still going to be releasing a ton of DLC for it. Because IL-2 Stalingrad is also standalone. All the other IL-2 packs are in one game now. Yeah, I thought Korea was a standalone game that might get its own DLCs. Just because it's standalone doesn't mean it's not gonna have any DLCs, because they will probably release a couple airplanes for it. And then it's just gonna be, okay, the initial Korea didn't release as a DLC, but it might still get a bunch of DLC. But they might go back to a more normal model of game release plus a couple DLC before moving on. Maybe the maintenance of the integrated system of Stalingrad was a bit much. But yeah, currently no interest in it. I haven't even played the previous stuff. Set up a bird bath on the lawn outside my window this morning. For the birds, with temperatures like these, need something to drink after all too. Yes. And why outside your window? Are you like gawking at them? Are you like looking at them? Seems very, very weird. You're just making sure the water is filled, I know. It's like, you want to be there once the water empties out so you can refill it. It makes sense. Pollution is in full swing now. Bird baths are fun to watch. Less birds. Oh my god. Mega Monkey, defend yourself. Use a leopard. Oh wow, up to 200 workers in the steel mill now occasionally, very good. I guess once the population has recovered near the end of September, we have a bunch more workers available. Bam. Oh, those tiny hands, man. Those tiny hands. Maybe the patch fixed the issue with sometimes the construction offices getting stuck. One can hope. I'm still gonna have to keep it monitored. A citywide traffic jam because a construction vehicle got stuck in the construction offices was pretty devastating. Still looking okay on the coal, I guess. I don't know if we have enough coal to get through the heating of one winter from one coal storage. I believe we do, though. If I had 2 tram stops here, I could tell them which direction to go depending on which tram stop they're driving to. So they wouldn't get in each other's way. But there's not that much traffic, I guess. Streamer? No, from the couch. What? Streamer, no, from the couch. You can see when a little bird comes to drink. My window faces the meadow. I keep a safe distance, or at least 2 or a few meters all around, so they can spot any potential danger in time like cats. Birds live right here, in the trees of the forest. That sounds reasonable. All sounds like it makes sense. Can workers have private horses? They can, but they may not. Individual horses count as personal vehicles. You can also run bus routes with them, I guess. Busy rail network. I don't know what the yellow means. That sometimes shows up with rail signals. Hence the long faces. Terrible joke. Terrible joke. Exactly the right thing. And the construction office is getting kind of far away. Well, they're where the resources are. So they're transporting the resources as quickly as possible. Better to have them next to the resources than have them close to the construction site. Otherwise I need another material storage in the city. I'm only doing that for maintenance reasons. I do have a material storage for the rail construction office that the maintenance offices are taking from, but no building construction off of here. Otherwise there would be traffic jams trying to get into this area. It's not designed to take a large fleet of construction vehicles. But our construction sector is somewhat far away, but it does work. They're just doing a lot of construction at once, I guess. Not too worried about the distances. We compensated with more construction vehicles. And they slowly funnel themselves onto the path into the city without creating too much of a traffic jam. The traffic jam happens within the construction sector, but not so much in the city. Get the sewage hooked up quickly, then bring the water in. Make sure the heating plant has its coal, and then the housing can happen. Looks like we've caught up with the coal supply. But yeah, it's drawing a lot of coal because the heating is now active. Should still have enough buffer. Oh, maybe not. That's the other coal train. I thought it was at the customs house. Yeah, maybe a horse feeder back here. Or behind the rail production office. And that coal storage. Separate coal storage for each heater? Yes. Separate coal storage for each heater. We have a coal arrival area. Initially we had it off to the side into a heating plant and the steel mill, but then I wanted to pull it through the area for the other heating plants as well, without dedicated unloading stations, and we had the connection from the conveyor connection going past the area, and that didn't really make much sense because then we were stealing the coal from this heating plant. So now we're taking the excess coal from the steel mill and running it down along this route into separate storages for each heating plant. Do you need hose scraper for the automatic replacement? Yes, we do have one. We don't technically need it unless you set the checkbox. If you turn the checkbox off, they would sell the old horses, but we do have a knackers yard too, together with the scrapyard. We have both. Trains and trams, and a couple trucks go to the scrapyard and some go to the horses go to the knackers yard. How fast the belt throughput? I think it's a couple hundred tons per second. You can see it when the trains unload here. That's how much they can do. Maybe not per second, but like maybe 100 tons per second. On fast speed it always feels like it's faster than it actually is. But yeah, when you unload a train into a coal storage, I guess that's the speed you have. That's the throughput. It's not instant. Then we need more than one belt outside for layout reasons. Some industries would need more. Gravel processing, I guess, if you have multiple gravel processing facilities. Or mines, if you want to run a lot of coal ore or iron ore through one. But yeah, most of the times if you keep things not centralized through one bus, it does work fine. Unload is 1 ton per maximum anyway. I think it was 0.1 tons. Oh, not 1 ton, sorry. 100 tons, I think. It depends. The ones with the larger electricity consumption are a lot faster. The loaders, I mean. I think the unloaders are the same speed. Not sure if this one is... No, they all work the same. I'm pretty sure. But for loaders you have a pretty big difference. If you use one of the early... If you use this one with only 100 kilowatts of maximum power draw, it's a lot slower to load a train than the one that takes 1.2 megawatts maximum. Or you use the modern ones that use 3.5 megawatts and empty out the power in the area quite easily. So, I guess we can check how long it'll take to unload a kiloton. I don't think I have that much demand though. Well, almost. Almost a kiloton. But it's not 1 ton per second. It's more than that. I think it's 100 tons or so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Looks about 200 tons per second. Approximately 200 tons per second, I would say. And that's what the conveyor engine and the conveyors can do, I think. I'm not sure if the unloading station into the storage is connected directly, because it doesn't have a conveyor engine through it. Let me try it out right now. Turn this off. No, let's we have our storage here almost. Let's turn this one off. Because then we can see how fast the conveyor is with conveyor engines if they have a lower throughput. I think it's about the same though. Just need one more engine and one more conveyor and then we can test it. During winter, a lot of people are gonna go and work in the heating plants, means there's fewer workers in the steel mill. Should balance out until we have so many people that the steel mill can also have enough workers. Okay, that conveyor engine is almost done. I'll turn this one off and turn the other one on, because the other one is supplying the heating plant. More coal. The other option would be our own coal mine. And then the train platform that we built for workers would actually get some use. But I only want to do it if we have the necessity to do it. I don't just want to do it because we can. Because it would be our first raw resource production. Send some buses here to help with the workers. Now we can test the throughput. I guess the extra demand or the extra production capabilities of the steel mill might now need another iron train. We have 15 train cars on each. We do have a waste train. This one is just being repaired. So we can use this engine, slap 15 aggregate wagons behind it, and then just run it for that purpose. Okay, let's run that production until it's done. Conveyor Slowly finishing up. If I could fit a tram station here, I would like to build it. Because then I can guide the trams into going different paths. I would have to remove the fire station, build a road connection off to the side to go into the mechanical component factory off of that side. Remove these road connections, probably relocate the waste storage as well. I don't know, might be a lot of extra effort. Looks like we're connected. Then let's check how fast this is. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, heating plant still has a checkbox. Right, you don't need to inform me. You're not gonna get any workers right now. That's fine. I'm gonna close at 18 degrees. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh crap. Turn that off. Turn it off again. It was going through the heating plant. I think the unloading into the storage at the unloading station is a lot faster because it has a direct connection and no conveyor in between. Okay. Try again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe 15 tons per second with the conveyor engines. The conveyor engines might be a lot slower, but the direct unloading is about 200 tons with a conveyor without a conveyor engine. That works quite well. Well, yeah, the conveyor engines themselves are a little bit slower. Okay. Activate that again, I guess. More pollution. You can provide heating to one building, the way you're currently set up. I'm going to draw all of the coal from the steel mill storage to the new storage right now. All set up. So now we're waiting for water and sewage to be in place, and then we can set up houses here which will work in the factory. I do want a shopping, like a grocer, to be in the area. Smoke houses? Yes. Totally. Having a close workplace is like fine, right? That's what people want. We're giving people what they want, a very short trip to their workplace. Minute smog cities. That would be the footpath. Access to the workplace where they have to go past the heating plant into the steel mill. And we can slap down some houses here. Still waiting for the water and sewage and probably the grocer. Grocer seems important. Don't block your waterworks connection by building those too close. This one? I think this will be fine. It's underground after all. Should be fine. They don't have underground water storage, I guess. Coal trains are pretty busy right now. We might need 2 dedicated trucks running the supply from the warehouse area, plus the support of the distribution offices. Initially, not going to be a lot of people, but we might house a bunch of them in the area, plus the orphanages. We might build a dedicated school here. I don't think there's going to be a university in the area. And the tram stop. We will need some tram stop. They have one to get to... I guess the tram stop in this area is good enough for now. It'll encompass most citizens, but in the future there will be a tram stop on this side. On the road, in 2 different places. I don't think there will be one on the road next to the train tracks. Could still happen. I don't think it will. We would... I mean, I guess I could try and run a tram stop into this area and then have a U-turn and just we have a tram stop in the middle of this. That would service all the other buildings. That would make the most sense, I guess. Right-hand turn in, service, right-hand turn out. And then for the counterclockwise, it's obviously the other way around, but could still work. And maybe I'll build it with 2 tram stops in mind so I can dictate the direction that the trams are going to go. But for now we have our initial tram connection to run at least a couple houses. I don't think they're going to be very large houses. Maybe we could, well, I don't think they're going to be massive houses like these ones, the new ones. Seems ridiculous, having them right next to the steel mill. But then again, it would be kind of cool. Could a grocer handle that? Probably not. Plus we have used most of the same housing type everywhere. Maybe it's time to go to these ones. I also like those. Go for a little bit lower density next to the steel mill. Still have workers nearby. Ten houses would be 360 workers. We could get that amount quite well with the lower density. Yeah. Might need clinics. I just want to get started with some housing right next to the steel mill. Can get to the tram stop, can get into the steel mill, all is well. And we'll build up the housing and set up a housing block here, with the footpath in the center, allowing access for all of the houses to get to the other tram stop. Well, these ones are supposed to be only regular educated, low loyalty citizens, less than 50%. Could even choose less than 25%, I guess. But no, I want them to be populated. And next to the tram stop, further away from the heating and the steel mill, I guess we would have 1, 2, or maybe 3 orphanages to deal with this cluster. And see how bad the pollution actually gets. Because this area is pretty much in the epicenter of the pollution. Because it's also very close to the new heating plant. So this is gonna be like a test residential area in the middle of pollution. One extra iron train. Should have no problem having another iron train on the network. Well, I say that... No, it should be fine. We do have to split the line into multiple sections though. $150. And 300. That allows up to 6 small trains waiting there. Sewage is set up. All is well. We got heating, we got sewage. I guess we can start building the houses. Even if they can't get a grocer right now, they would just go to the tram stop and be picked up by some of the worker trams afterwards. This should be enough room to get a footpath through, I hope. Apparently not. There we go. Then we have access for people to also connect themselves through whatever we build here with a footpath into all areas. Breathe in that air, yes. It has to be possible. We have to make it work. Oh, the pollution went down. I guess the heating plant stopped working. It doesn't need that much heating right now. 36 degrees here now. It's creepy a bit. Yeah. Here it's holding 33, like it's rock solid temperature. It's just a completely flat line of the temperature from noon to afternoon, and then it goes back down. And it's kind of horrible. At least supposedly it cools down every night to at least 17 degrees, which should be good enough to get the room cooled down for the next day. But yeah, a bit tedious. Can't even get that low. Too much residue heat from the flat below. Yep. That's a problem. I'm on ground floor, so I don't have that issue. I could drill down to the basement, I guess. But I think there might be some arguments about that. I'll provide water for the area. Small pipe into a medium pipe. Sufficient pressure. My apartment right now, maybe only 22 to 24. I think I have 26. I'm not sure. It doesn't feel too hot. I haven't looked yet. I don't want to look. I just want to ignore it. If I don't look at it, it doesn't exist. Minus 30. Yep, that would be a problem. That would be too much. I have a little mini fan too. I do too. A really small one. Tempted to upgrade. But if I can make it through this 1.5 week, I think I will do. I will do just fine. Is there another heatwave coming? Probably. Not sure if they're planning for that yet. But 1.5 to 2 weeks is usually what we get. And this time I'm paying attention to it. Last year, during the heat wave, I forgot to close my window. My room was warm in 2 days, basically. That sucked. Then I forgot about it and couldn't get it cooled down overnight. So I want to see if we can make it through 1.5 weeks with the current method of no light for 1.5 weeks. Are you sunning, Win? Hello, Quadbit Brain. Welcome. You're also getting on the meowing train? Trains are good. Yes, we're sunning. Really well. It's looking pretty good. Hello, Pillspear. Welcome. No fire, please. It's already too warm. We're enjoying some nice 6 degrees Celsius. And melting snow. I might not need the extra iron train right now, but once we run the extra population next to the steel mill, I think at that point we will. If they all don't die immediately. We will set up a large cluster of orphanages. Probably around the tram station. I will probably try and go and get a university education. There will be plenty more heat waves before summer ends. Yeah, not sure if they're going to be worse. It will become a problem for me once the temperature at night becomes very warm too. Once it doesn't drop below 25 degrees at night, then we have an issue. Then I have an issue. Good music. .94 meters to that building. All is still in range. Probably going to be shorter once I hook this up. By 3 meters. Epidemic after epidemic. Don't think that's a concern. I'll have to produce a bunch of trams too. This is 8 trams. And we have to go from not just the tram main platform to the first stop. Probably have to triple that. So we need another 16 trams and see how it goes. So I'll slap the trams into the production queue as well. Maybe 16 extra trams. Yeah, that's gonna be an experiment. We've never built that close to an industry yet, of that magnitude. So we'll see if they can survive with at least... I want to at least have 40 years of life expectancy, that would be fine. Can the trams drive themselves from the train builder if electrified? I think so, yes. Trams can do that. I don't think metros can. 30% health? That would be the dream. But no, the health should be high. But the life expectancy will be low. If we build that inner city, near city coal storage, then the coal train from the power plant also has a much shorter trip at that point. Will also be quite helpful. That will probably happen once we have the residential area here cleared. If this has all been built in, and it manages, then we will probably be at a quarter of our challenge goal, 25,000, maybe even more than that. We'll slowly step up the population, the residential building sizes. I'm not too worried about building them out in height next to the other heating plant. I just don't want them to be the largest ones right next to the steel mill. That feels a little bit silly, I think. We know when the grocer is done and we'll set up some routes. I'll produce 2 vehicles to transport goods into it. Probably need 2, 3, maybe 4 grocers for this area. What are your plans for the future with Contexto? Was that a unique Contexto event? Contexto situation is that it will happen during streams with low intensity for myself. So workers and resources will have no Contexto and most streams won't have Contexto. During the heat wave there will be more streams with low intensity, and when I'm running such a stream I will put a vote in chat when the first person asks for Contexto. I'll put a vote in chat, and if the majority votes for Contexto should show up, then we'll put Contexto up. I don't want to make Contexto a regular thing. I don't want it on the Workers and Resources stream, I don't think. Because it does flood chat with a lot of messages that will get people confused, I think. But if we're playing something like Out of War, where I'm just digging a hole and chat is chilling and listening, and then the people who are in chat might want to do something in the meantime. So I guess the best approach would be make sure you have a majority for Contexto in chat, where you know some people are in favor of it, and then ask for it when there's some downtime. I do like my streams being game focused, but some games you can look at what's happening and still have fun with a chat game in the meantime. You see me digging a hole and going through the machinery, I guess, that showcasing the machinery. Other than that, that's about it. And I'm slowly learning. Oh, Mega Monkey, are you still here? Mega who? I looked at the stream results and there was no significant difference between the Contexto stream and the Out of War stream without Contexto. So there was not much difference. I guess the volume of chat messages doesn't really count. I do it the same way. Excellent. I had 50% more unique chatters in the non-Contexto stream, but I did get a raid from Lucky Leader at that point, so kinda extrapolated that one. So I don't think it made a huge difference. Another 110-year-old train got repaired down to 68%. They get replaced soon. Trains are getting replaced at 80%. I think that's okay. 80% or older than 50 years, and older than 50 years. It might make sense to put the construction office vehicles closer to the current construction sector, so they don't have that far to drive. Currently there's no gas station in the area, but that would be okay. Why is there lights flashing here? What's going on? You see that? What is that? Oh, it's gone. Spooky. Aliens, apparently. I have no idea what that was. That looked kind of weird. Hello, Think Like. Welcome. Yeah, maybe a gas station and a horse feeder will make sense in the area. I didn't want to have any housing next to the heating plant on that end, but I might change that too. This whole block might be housing. So then there would be another tram stop on that end, and one tram stop coming in from this road. Maybe even with a maintenance station. in an end station. Heating plants should be slowly shutting down now that we're going over 18 degrees Celsius. May is, I guess, the time when that should be consistent. Oh boy. Stupid left-hand turn. %40 humidity right now. 33 degrees. I don't want to go outside tomorrow because of the thunderstorm. Perfect for swimming. That would be... I mean, you wouldn't dry... Well, you would dry pretty quickly because of the sun. I don't know. I don't like swimming when it's really sunny outside. Sunburns suck. When it's at the maintenance offices to help with this construction of the footpaths at least. They don't have to help with the residential buildings, just get the footpaths in place. It's been a while. But it's a Workers and Resources stream, so that's when they usually happen. Scarlet. It's been such a nice stream, and then that. On the 4-hour mark. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm going to stream in the afternoon. Like I said, either more out of ore or something new. A roguelike. Oh no, not again. Anyway. Jurassic Park I added myself after I already was annoyed. But there's not gonna be any other flute this stream. It was raining, it was fitting AF. Thanks for letting me do this without a ban. It is available. If I was banning people for my own redeems, that would be very brutal. I guess I could add a redeem that says ban me. I don't like doing that, I guess. Vote ban Scarlet? This isn't a vote ban system. Yeah, we should put some fuel here. Temporarily, for now. I have nothing to say to the cracking sound. Okay. The red star apparently goes all the way to the other monument, so everything here will be covered. No problem. I don't think the red star monuments had a big impact on our loyalty situation. Hard to say. Thank you. No problemo. These tiny footpaths not getting any workers. Do they arrive here in time, or do they just not send anyone because there's so much construction to do? And they finish the large construction tasks first, I guess. I guess that's the reason. Could be raining a bit next days, only short time. We are getting a thunderstorm tomorrow. I'm not sure if there's gonna be rain. Presumably there will be. Dry thunderstorms are quite rare. So many horse cisterns. Thunderstorm is coming soon too in the next days. Yep. I would think that it would rain with that. I don't think it's going to be cooling down much from the rain, but it might. Looks like it'll be at the afternoon, I think. At my afternoon streaming time. Could be a problem. Yeah, let's wait and see. Yeah, they're probably going to do the house construction here first before they get to the footpaths on the other end. Oh no, they have finished some of the footpaths, okay. I guess I could use the maintenance offices again, but I'm worried about overloading them with tasks. It's mostly about sending workers to the construction sites, which they don't really do that often. Looks like our first residential building next to the steel mill is about to finish. Some more brick on board deliveries and then we got one. Relatively small amount of workers living there, but we'll see if they can manage, especially during winter. When the heating plant kicks in, it might kill them all off. I don't think it will, but it might. And they also don't have a hospital in walking distance, which I'll have to jump on a tram. And the first one they can reach is, I guess, this one. On the first tram stop for the return trip, stop 6. They can get out here and move to this hospital. Might need a more couple workers at that point. I can increase it by another 25%, I guess. Bit of a queue is fine. I don't mind a queue anymore, even in hospitals. As long as it cycles people quickly enough, so that the ones that have an emergency get to see a doctor soon enough. 37 degrees. And that's in the shadow, I assume. Or is it air? Yeah, that's air temperature. That's terrible. It would be extremely dangerous going outside right now, because your body can't really cool down except for the sweat evaporation. So a lot of water would be consumed. For us it's still 33. I hate seeing it be 33 at the end of the, like, 2, 4, 6, 8 day preview. Not great. Got all construction materials, so now we can even let people who unload by tram go onto the construction site. Don't have to wait for vehicles bringing workers here, just walk onto the construction site and finish it up, please. "30 workers would finish the construction." Hello, Carpath Ice. Welcome. There we go. Residential building next to the steel mill. Test number 1. Right now pollution should be fairly low, so we'll have to wait until October when the heating kicks in. But the building will be soot covered and grey. Basic education, less than 50% loyalty. No highly educated workers here. I'll probably have a small sports facility, outdoor sports, football playground or something. But for the rest I will have to go into the city's lower southeastern area. Oh, they can also reach the cinema and other facilities from here. That's good. Sure. I just have to wait for some people to move in. There shouldn't be that many people with less than 50% loyalty if the schools are doing their job correctly. But a ton of orphans. Unless the orphans got a university education. Is it Gasweiler? No. It is not. It's MegaCity 19. Well, the steel mill of MegaCity 19, I guess. Looks like we're now building the grocer. That monument would be so much taller than all the residential buildings in the area. I don't know if I want to do that. Why not? And then an outdoor sports facility here. Still have to allow for room for a footpath to the other residential building though. Did you go all the way down here to build a footpath, I guess? Sure. More people in here. Might not be a very attractive area to move into, I guess. It's already in pollution. Staying alive? Yes. How's the prices? How are the prices of biological waste versus fertilizer? Biological waste still holding. Went up a little bit, I think. Nope. Dropped more. Okay, sure. Fertilizer also going down. Maybe the prices will normalize. Forgot to change the production methods in the orphanages. well, not really production, but the intended upbringing methods. Because we can't really boost loyalty, so we're just focusing on some happiness and a lot of enthusiasm for sports. It's like something flipped over after we put the extra orphanages in, as if it like flipped this around to an upwards trend compared to the line it was previously. This is where we started after the break, when we had the issues and then we recovered. Happiness dropped quite a bit. A lot. Alcohol addiction didn't go up yet. Loyalty and happiness dropped. Culture enjoyment is a bit low again, but I don't think as low as it was. No, it's still dropping. It's time. Time for the run to end, you say? I don't think so. Yeah, culture enjoyment is still going down. What's wrong with culture? I mean, I am destroying culture when they're going into prisons. I'm just completely annihilating their culture enjoyment. For the loyalty game. What was the main factor for dropping our happiness? 1.7% for crime times 1,531. No government loyalty 1.5, half of that. Unable to get electronics 635 minus 7.8. That one we're not gonna get rid of. That is just always there. Some people are unable to practice sports though. But that's a relatively small happiness drop, I guess. 0.5%. No people flute is the main thing that decreases all happiness, streamer. The flutes were already used, thank you. Yes. Both the Titanic and the Jurassic Park one. Do we have an area with low sports enjoyment? Doesn't look like it. Do they want a sports hall here, huh? Is it not possible to get on the tram and get to a indoor sports facility during winter? They might be overloaded. Looks like we've started producing trams. Means I should be able to pick up the other vehicles. Cargo wagons for the aggregate. Okay, some people have moved in now. A person has moved in. Currently unknown loyalty. Probably have to build a secret police here. The area might probably definitely need one. No criminality. Might be a former prisoner. So you'll pick up food. Could pick it up from the train delivery here. Would be shorter. Sure. And then the distribution offices. All of these are doing the same thing. It's a food supply storage, so we'll also assign the truck stations. Oh yeah, I guess people arriving by tram will also work in the grocer. Do you get picked up correctly? You should be able to make your way to the tram stop and then get picked up. and not walk to a wrong stop. You can get all the way up to that fire station to work. Do you want food? Why are you not walking to the tram stop? Did I forget the checkboxes? No. Why are you not walking over there? Oh, you did. Never mind. I'll take it back. Okay. Okay. Spending 7 hours to get food. Perfect. And then you want to go and do some sport for... Okay, you're getting a lot more food because it's so far away. Makes sense.
Wow.
And then another 6 hours to try and get some sport done. Somewhere. Alright. There you go. All is well. That's a lot of burgers. 1 kilogram of meat. That's like 2 good burgers, yeah. Maybe 2.5. I'll get a sports facility here, so during summer they can... It's not going to be the only one, but the volleyball court will be the one to get it started, so they don't have to necessarily take the tram if there's room here. Same for the grocer, of course. And you want to visit a doctor. Get on a tram. I guess when they're underground they don't really show that well. They show on the previous building. Interesting. Well, got 8 hours. Tram right into the city, into the hospital. The doctor take a look at you. Bit of a traffic jam. There's no tram here right now. You're not gonna see a doctor today. There was a bit of a traffic jam with the construction vehicles. Apologies. Maybe if we build the tram stop in range of the other hospital, they can go there by foot. They might have to choose the correct tram stop to make that work, but that is always the case. Being late to the doctor's appointment due to traffic sucks. Yes. I had that happen at my dentist. The person in front of me was late by half an hour, which was exactly the time I was scheduled, so I got a half-hour delay pretty much. Oh, but it was okay, I still had my tooth pain. after the dentist appointment. From the dentist appointment, I should say. I didn't go there with tooth pain. Big fire. That's okay. Not so much used road vehicle depot. Come for the delay, stay for the tooth pain. Well, it didn't really happen right after. It was like 1 or 2 days after the anesthesia wore off. I had to postpone my dentist like 3 times in a row now. First time I was sick, then dentist had surgery, then I was sick again. So you skipped three dentist appointments, and you're still alive. Unless you really, really need the dentist appointment for pain relief, but it sounds like it would be just one for filling or something else, I hope. If it was one to actually get like pain sorted out, then my apologies. That is terrible. Send some workers to these footpaths, please, and help with the construction. We're getting close to the end of the stream. I'm not feeling bad. Like, if it's gonna stay like that for the afternoon stream, we can maybe do something substantial, I guess. But I don't want to overdo it. I'm not gonna be playing something like EVE Online or something that draws a lot of processing power. Let's check up. I already had pushed until it could. But I already had pushed in topic to have it go there 3 times in a row because they couldn't get the anesthesia right. Got too much, or they couldn't get it right, so I only could do it in an area at a time. I always need two anesthesia needles. The first one doesn't numb anything, really. Like, it does numb it a little bit, but I can still feel everything. Pushed into checked up time. Ah, okay. I'm playing EVE Online. I couldn't. That was the thing. That was the game that came to mind for being processing intensive. I was thinking of like really intense first-person shooters. Couldn't think of anything. I could have said Arma 3, but then people probably would have been confused. I don't know. Couldn't reach back. The other dentist had bigger hands. Ah. Good. The other dentist could get it fixed then. I was playing EVE Online twice. As in 2 sessions, not 2 like seasons. Played it for, I don't know, I guess I can check Steam. Played it, oh no, I can't check Steam because I removed it from my library. I don't think it shows up on the store. Nope, doesn't show up. Jesus, 2,600 euros in DLC. No. No, thank you. have taken you for an EVE Online player anyways. I just did mining. I wanted to play it as a chill game, just doing mining and seeing if I could influence the economy somehow, but the one MMO that I got into the most was PlanetSide 2 and PlanetSide 1, but I've stopped doing that one because it was just not my thing anymore. And that was a first-person shooter. It was okay. I had too much of an issue with them not dealing with what I perceived to be exploiters and or cheaters. Oh my god, we still haven't finished that path. Okay, I guess now we have. Good. But yeah, making good progress, slow progress. That's the nature of early start content, if we're sticking with it. I think next time we're going to reach 17,500 and we can start continuing to work on the housing extension. I don't think we're going to hit the capacity of our water processing. Sewage treatment is fine as long as we're not doing maintenance on the building. We have to be careful with that. I have to start working on the new sewage treatment plant and get it set up. Since we have heating in the area and population, we could run a temporary road to this site to make sure it's protected by a fire station and also get some workers, I guess. But it's going to be much easier to set up than the initial one where we tried to move the sewage out of the city. Because the processed sewage can be dumped in the city, it doesn't create more pollution than the river already has. It gets purified clean enough. Yes, thank you. Two, maybe 3 orphanages. Not sure if we need 4, but I want to make sure we have enough orphanages to keep this area populated. This will put another bit of strain on our population growth, but I would like to make it work. So we are going to go through with this housing next to the steel mill. Mostly the heating plant. The heating plant proximity is going to be the most dangerous one. It won't be that strenuous on the population here right now because it doesn't actually have to heat that much, but it should have a pretty immediate impact. Majestic. Never thought I would see the day where we just intentionally build housing right next to a steel mill and try and keep the people alive. I have tried to make an overflow for population that way before, where I was like, yep, these people can die. We have too much population growth. We need some houses with pollution to balance the population growth a bit. But now we want them to live here, work, and stay healthy. So that's gonna be a thing. Okay, houses are filling up. Good. Shame this building doesn't have no clip anymore. I really enjoyed being able to place some monument here, but I can understand why it's not allowed. The full circle of player skill. Pollution is... pollution... I don't care about pollution. Pollution is bad, and that, like... I don't care about pollution. That would be a cool bell curve if we could create that for the game. There's the heating plant kicking in. It's gonna update, I think, in 5 days. I don't know if the pollution updates every day. Oh yeah, it does update. I just saw it get a little bit darker. I think it's not even per day, I think it's more frequent than that. Just having that many heating plants in one area, surrounded by housing. This is going to be the deadliest area of our city because it's going to be at the epicenter of the 4 heating plants. So far we don't have any housing next to it yet. If they only want food, meat and sport, they can get that here. There will be a pub in the area somewhere. There will probably be an indoor sports facility and maybe even a cinema. And the housing will scale up as it goes away from the steel mill. I think we can have a higher density housing set up. I mean, I would like to use some other houses. We have used that one style of housing for pretty much all of the city. Except initially when we put down the larger houses on the road. Also as close as possible to the pollution. Someone's sick. 14% health. Life expectancy of 38. Currently at a hospital. Getting treated. Life expectancy should go up again soon. Looks like, I don't know if that's an indicator of the lowest life expectancy we can get from pollution, 38. So they grow up to 21, and then they work for 16 years, 17 years. I wonder if that's manageable. Trying to make a republic with the lowest amount of lifespan, average lifespan possible. Is your lifespan going to go up after your free time is over? Yes, back to 45. Okay. Not sure what the research for 17,500 citizens will be. I was thinking about something and then I forgot. We got the large monuments for the 15,000 one. There's no noticeable issues with all the population bringing us up to 20,000. I don't know. At some point something's gonna fall over. But I don't think we'll... As long as we notice it, we won't have a problem. I think the most dangerous one is either the coal for the heating, which we have a lot of warning systems for, or the sewage, where we have no real warning for. That one is the one I'm dreading the most. My solution to that would probably be to shut off water to a sector of the city, so it produces less sewage. They would be complaining about no drinking water, but they would have to just live with it, I guess. Until we fix something. Yeah, we have to work on extending the housing, getting a temporary connection to the sewage treatment plant, because I don't think we can supply workers to the sewage treatment plant by this tram stop. Now if we set up a tram stop on the corner here somewhere, we could probably do it. And I'm okay with that. One tram stop in the residential area, another tram stop somewhere here. And then we could run the sewage treatment plant and a fire station next to it. Although the fire station would be closer to this stop and walking distance. Figure that would be a problem. Maybe we'll leave it to only one truck for now. I guess the vehicle replacement can take from the storages, that's okay. We might have to produce another truck once we have the higher food requirement, if the other truck gets used as a replacement vehicle. We don't have that many trucks, but food supply I do want to use trucks for most of it. And then use the horse carriages as auxiliary to make up the shortfall of what we can't bring there fast enough. So yeah, I think we're going to put a cut in here for now. We will continue this maybe tomorrow, if I can deal with it, or maybe on Sunday. It all depends, like streaming schedule is completely thrown out of whack with the bad weather front hitting us with a lot of temperature right now. I'm gonna call this a bad weather front. It is so sunny and warm. It's normally good. Alright. As always, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I will see if we can raid someone. Something of similar nature in English. Nothing in workers and resources right now. Maybe captain of industry? So who's that? That's... I don't know, I kind of want to raid another small stream somehow. See if we can make their day. I'll try and raid over to RPG Dinosaur Bob. They have a microphone. They're playing Captain of Industry right now. I watched them rename a train station, I think. Seems to be progressed quite well. Year 813, I think. And yeah, Captain of Industry is another game that we need to get back to once we're taking an intermission from Workers and Resources at some point. In any case, if you want to stick around for that, please do. If not, that is fine too. Thank you very much for watching. Have a good rest to your Friday afternoon, wherever you are. Have a good start to your weekend. Until then, take care everyone, all the best, and maybe I'll see you next time.